And good morning, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. Glad to see everybody here and chatting already this morning. Let's see. Free Heathen, what's up, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Good morning, Glendon, Hybrid Robotics, Mr. Wizix, and Hybrid. Yeah, I hope you can get whatever is messing with your air solved very soon because trust me, I know that's no bueno. Hey, Phantom, how's it going? Yeah, I was realizing yesterday I was getting sick from the strange work hours and um yeah, just not sleeping very well because of everything going on at work right now. And I wound up thinking, okay, we're good. I'll be good for a little while. I took some meds, crashed out for a little bit, woke up, and so I had to do a little bit more work last night, and then I got up this morning and had to do some more work. So yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. I will be checking the phone throughout the stream again, just to make sure that nothing is going sideways quick. I think we got at least the technical aspects done today, so it's really um, closing, letting the team close the loop on some stuff because it's things that I don't have the access to do it, so somebody else has to do the work. But I'm facilitating. Um, so yeah, where did we leave off? Well, we left off with a mess all over the bench. Um, Semi-organized, somewhat mess. So by the way, yes, morning started off rocky, but we did go get coffee. Yes, this is empty right now because majority of it's been put in here, and then I finished off the dregs of that. So we got Duncan, and then in our Shannon Rona cup, we've got some Black Rifle coffee. So, uh, ooh, just chilling before heading to parents to build a pad at the base of the ramp into the house. Okay, so I'm assuming based on build a pad, you're going to be like framing up and pouring a concrete slab or something, or how are you planning on doing that? Are you going to do like a little deck? Because pad normally means like concrete of some sort. As I'm going off like I'm a construction dude. Um, yeah. So I think the place to start today, I'm going to sit down, folks. Um, we started looking at just fit and finish of our parts here. We know we're going to have to take this back apart because on the right hand side in the channel there, and that is this side, in this channel through the part is where the light um, connectors will go. So we're going to start off by getting our lights wired up this morning. So we're going to start off with soldering over here on the bench to solder up our wires. We'll then, once we get the wires soldered up, we will crimp the wires with, um, they call out JST male and female connectors. I'm going to use microfit connectors because I tend to like those a little bit better. We don't need them for this application just due to the fact that we're running 5 volts, very low amperage. But it's just, I, I don't have the crimp connectors for the female side of things, unless they were somehow included in this kit here, which I don't think so. Um, and no, they were not. So yeah, I wouldn't have the connectors to do that anyhow. Um, so we're going to do microfit connectors for that. We also need to get our magnets fitted. So we're probably going to start off with the magnets because we might need to use some super glue. And if we're going to use super glue, that'll give it time to dry while we're over here soldering and getting that stuff. So that's kind of how we're going to start. That is a slash. Good morning, Shaudell. Welcome in. Rittenhouse, welcome in. You keep trying Dunkin', but it always tastes awful. I had a stomach ache after trying an Americano. So I'll be honest with you. Might have to do this. Oh, no, you can see it there. That's black coffee with sweet and low. That's it. I have found, so I had gastric bypass about 5 years ago, and I used to drink a lot of Starbucks coffee, like a lot of Starbucks coffee, to the point where I would use my points to then get the, like quad venti toffee nut white mocha and stuff like that. Well, I can't do that anymore. My stomach doesn't like it. It's the syrups are too sweet for my system, and my system, it's weird. Like I can sit here and eat um Hershey's Kisses like they're potato chips, right? Just as I'm sitting here at work, I'm just eating them. No problem. If I do anything that's like a syrup-based flavoring in coffee, it'll double me over. So it's just kind of weird. Um, but yeah, I will honestly say I have started going to Dunkin' over Starbucks because it's closer to the house. And every time I try and go back and do just straight Starbucks, other than the brewed Starbucks that we make at work, it it's it, it tastes like ass. It's just a taste bud thing right now for me. Like I said, it was so weird. I had my surgery, and once I got into soft foods, I was eating a lot of refried beans, right? And I had just made another batch of refried beans and portioned it out so that I could, just have something I could quickly heat up and eat. And I got up the next morning and I was sitting in the living room. My wife went into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and like everything about my existence curdled. Good morning, Eagle the Dragon. How are you doing? For those of you who don't know, Eagle the Dragon is my brother in law, Eagle. So Mrs. Dragon's brother. Um, and so I had to ask Miss Dragon if she could take all of it and get rid of it, like to the point where she doesn't like beans either. So she wound up just taking all the containers and just throwing them straight in the trash. But like a month later, it was like whatever switch flipped and my system flipped back, and it's no big deal anymore. So yeah, so welcome on in, Eagle. We're just sitting here chatting a little bit before we get into the build for the day. We're gonna start by taking the sides back off of this just so I can get into the um, spot to do the magnet on this one again. Slide that off. We'll slide this off. Pull that out. And that'll let us get to the magnets. We'll go ahead and put the magnets in, and then we'll go ahead and while those dry, if I need to put super glue on them, then we'll um, work that. So what I normally do is I grab a stick of magnets, and might help to go to the overhead. I just grab a set of magnets, right? That way I know they're all going in the same way. And I'm going to try and stick it in there and see if it sticks. So if I can get it in there, and then when I pull the magnets out, it comes back out, that means I'm not going to be able to just press fit these in. I'm going to need to put some super glue. So, hey, Shipmate Toys, how's it going? Welcome on in. How long have I been streaming and putting out content? It's been a little over a year. We've already done one of our 1 year anniversaries. January, one of the days in January is going to be the second year of streaming. So, yeah, been kind of doing this for a little bit, about a minute or two. Um, I am finally reached the spot on YouTube where I can monetize on YouTube as well. So we may start doing some YouTube only content. And some of the first content that we'll do there is on the LDO Milo, um, uh, which is the mill. So, and I say LDO Milo, it's the Millennium Machines Milo that was built from an LDO kit. So that particular machine requires a 20 amp outlet because I'm running a 1.5 kilowatt um, uh, uh, spindle on it. And so I don't have a 20-watt circuit up here in this room. I only have 15, a 20 amp circuit. I only have 15 amp circuits up here. So in the shed, I already have 20 amp service. So I just need to um, I will need to take a camera out there and set up to run videos out there. And where we're at on that is it's physically built. We need to commission the software. We need to tran the machine in. We need to do some test cuts, and then we can start actually trying to cut some things. And my intent is going to be to cut some uh, uh, wood first, and then go into metal. So same thing there. That one's done. I will get these going. And then once we get these going, we'll be able to switch over and start doing our soldering. Hey, Simply Make Toys, how's it going? So today we are working on building another box turtle. This will be the fourth box turtle build that I've done. Um, and I've got two of them that I serialized under the beta, and another one that is sitting behind me on the Trident, sitting over here on the Trident that's ready to be, I'm just working on configuring the software and getting it working uh, reliably. And then that one will be ready to go on one of my machines here. And then this one is destined to go with the Voron 2.4 that's sitting on the ground right next to me. And that is a LDO Motors Voron 2.4 Rev C 300 size kit. And one of the local shops in town has been wanting to get one of those on display for a while. And we talked at 3D Printopia, and I offered up mine to go on display in their shop. So I'm going to put my Voron 2.4 on display with signage about me, my channels, potentially even offer to do either build classes or printer builds for people as part of this shindig. And they'll also have the box turtle to have on display for, just getting even more, like we need more, but getting even more publicity on that project. And for those of you that don't know, earlier this week, they reached the 25 serials under the beta program. And we have now moved from a closed beta into an open beta process. So anybody can go out to Armored Turtle's GitHub and get the files now. Let me find that again. Armored Turtle. Want to go there. Copy, paste. There's the link to the Armored Turtle GitHub. You can go out there and get the files. The things of note here are the Box Turtle, which is the actual AMS system. So once again, this is the one that we're working on right now. It's a 4-lane AMS system. There are people that have made a 5-lane, which will fit across a 350 size printer. And I believe it was Armored Turtle that prototyped a 3-lane that fits on top of a Micron Plus, which is a 180 size printer. So you have options of adding or subtracting lanes to your heart's content. Just know that there may or may not be support for special back skirts and stuff. You might have to do some own designing. But we have the, oh, I guess it helps if I show this. So if you go out to Armored Turtle's page, the 8-track is an actual, like, fully enclosed, cool cassette type system that's hot swappable. So the way he had it on display was as a additional top frame on his printer, and they were above the main print head on the printer. I have a picture. No, he doesn't. But this is kind of shelved a little bit while the development of Box Turtle has been going on. But with the Box Turtle, we have the Box Turtle. The AFC Clipper add-on is the software that you will load on Clipper, and it can be used to run either the 8-track or the Box Turtle. Okay. The Filatector, so a couple of the basic requirements to run a Box Turtle. A Clipper-based printer that you have access to the host, because you have to install the AFC Clipper add-on software, which is some Java modules, or excuse me, Python modules. Wow. Sorry about that. They're Python modules. So this will never work on a Bamboo Lab printer. It won't work on like a K1 series, K2 series from Creality, because they're not open. You can jailbreak them, but then you void your warranty, and then you should be able to install this on one of those. Not that I'm going to say jailbreak it or not. I'm just saying that is one way of getting to that. And you need a filament runout sensor in the tool head or at the tool head. So if your extruder does not have like if you're running a Sherpa Mini all metal, you're not going to have the ability to do any type of filament break or runout sensor on that. So you can install the Filatector. It's a little piece of plastic. It's a very small print. It's like 5-minute print. It takes an ECAS fitting on each end with a 5mm ball bearing and an end stop. And boom, now you have a filament runout sensor for your tool head. Then we have things like the Turtleneck and the Turtleneck 2.0. These are buffer systems, but they're not like the Enraged Rabbit, Carrot Feeder, Cottontail big buffers. What we're doing here is we're buffering 25 to 30 millimeters of filament to enable better syncing between the lane extruder and the box turtle and the tool head extruder of the printer to keep one or the other from over or under driving the filament between them. So that's kind of where you're at. The standard turtleneck is fairly passive. It's just 2 end stops. The turtleneck 2.0 is a separate board that has Hall effect sensors instead of end stops, or for the end stops instead of the mechanical clicking end stops. And it has like its own MCU, so you're going to have to load firmware and everything on it. That is something that we may want to do, Nomad, is try and get one on a posi. Now, on a posi, we won't have a filament cutter on the posi. We could probably fit a filatector on the posi and keep it from flopping all over the place and catching on things. And then yeah, we'd have to do like tip forming and then cutting at the box turtle. You can cut at the box turtle with a user mod by Maker Milo called Snappy. The problem is you're still left with tip forming, and you can still get stringing, and it's the stringing inside the Bowden tube that becomes the issue, because you can get jams inside the Bowden tube if you get stringing too much in the Bowden tube. The other thing that we might have an issue with that is, for the most part, our tool heads that we're working with are direct drive tool heads. I don't know of anybody who has set it up for an actual Bowden style, which is what we're using on Positron. So that may be interesting because it's a tighter Bowden tube path. That may get a little bit interesting. 2 funnels facing away from each other with a knife in the middle. Yeah. Okay, so the next thing we got our magnets in and super glued. We're letting that get started. Let's go ahead and work on our lights. And oh dang, I thought that was all together and it snapped apart already. So what I found the easiest thing to do with these lights is if you get them like this in sets of 5, which helps if I... So if you get them like this in sets of 5 or 10 or whatever, snap them right down the middle and keep it as a long length, because you've got this end here. You can hold that on one side, and you can hold your clamp on the 5th one, because you only need 4, and that lets you get in and solder the 4 without... It's a little bit easier. You don't have as much things in a small space. So because this other one kind of broke apart, I will have to do like 2 and 2 or do some individual ones. But once again, because I've got that little tab on this side, I'll be able to clamp onto that. And that should hopefully give me enough that I can come in here and do my other soldering. It's more of making sure that as you're soldering, it's not trying to move on you. So, and you don't want to clamp directly on the LED, because if you've got too good a clamping power, you will damage the LED itself. The other nice thing is when you break these off and you're doing like a whole strip in once, you guarantee that they're all in the same orientation, because you want to make sure that you're going an in to an out, an in to an out, an in to an out, or an out to an in. Excuse me. So you're going to come to an in, and then you're going to go from an out to an in. So it's just trying to make sure and be very methodical when you're doing your lights. The other thing is it's really going to be critical that you've got four lights that are the same. In other words, you cannot mix a RGBW and a GRBW in the same string because the software only lets you put in one, like one way or the other. Uh, well, technically you can. It's just your lights will not be um, all the same, and you're using the lights to show status, right? So you want to be cognizant of that. We are going to move this closer though, because otherwise I'll forget about it. And what I'm going to do, since I have two to work with right now, I'll go ahead and pretend these pads, and then I'm going to cut like four black, and I'll solder the black on, and then I'll cut four blue, which will be the signal, and I'll solder the blue on, and then I'll cut four red and solder the red wires on. That way, once again, we kind of stay methodical, and the wires are going to be easier to solder on without having connectors on. So we'll solder them, and then we'll strip the other end and do the connectors. Just like everything else, when we solder, we're going to pre-tin the pads. We will then, as we do the wires, we'll pre-tin the wires and then make it really easy to just uh, heat up and place the solder. And we're in at the top, out at the bottom. And our cut sheet was showing everything at 130 millimeters. So that makes it pretty consistent. The first one is ground, then signal, then 5 volts. So we'll start with ground with our black wire. Grab our ruler, and we need 130 millimeters. And we're using 24 gauge wire. I think a lot of this says 26 gauge. Most people, if you're building printers, you're going to have 18, 20, and 24 gauge. You're not going to have 22 or 26 gauge normally. Feel free to get it if you want it, but it's kind of a non-standard size. So that's one. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut 5. Maybe I'll just go ahead and cut all 8, so it'll be easy. And the nice thing is, since these are all going to be the same, I don't need to sit here and measure each one. I measure one, and then I'm just using that length to measure out and cut all the remaining ones. So, and if anybody wants to start a drop count, there's drop number 1. Something I really need to set up is a drop count so that we can do that. And if Liz is around, because I know Liz has a counter for her for saying sorry on stream, I could make her a mod and she could set that up during the stream here. 3, 4, 6. You're right there with me, but yeah. All right, so that's 8 black. So your signal wire, just I tend to keep black for ground, red for the 5 volt, and then your signal wire just needs to be a different color, right? So I would highly shy away from using black for all of your colors, or I've seen others that have used red for all the colors. When you buy these, that's great for manufacturers that are making these in bulk. They're using machine tooling to do that. Um, I don't trust myself enough to not crosswire things, and I've got a couple of LEDs that appear to be dead, and I on like tool heads and stuff from doing stealth burner LEDs, and I've gone out and purchased new sets of LEDs because I know that the ones that are in it I made. So I purchased, I'll say, commercial LED sets and plugged them in, and they're still not working, which means, yes, most likely I did crosswire something and I shorted the board out, the connector on the board, most likely. So that just means I'd have to swap the board, and I'm not going to swap a $40 board just to have toolhead status indicator lights. Just like you'll notice that I have not, like I have the lights in the respooler heads, but I'm not going through and doing lights in the corners and all that stuff, just because I think a lot of times, and I was seeing this in the beta group, people were trying to get all their lights working and stuff. And it's like, the lights are not a functional requirement of a box turtle. Um, yeah, it's great. It can give you indicators. Yes, it's great to have it shows and have the little dancing lights everywhere. But at the end of the day, um, having lights is just one other thing you get to troubleshoot. And I trust me, even the respooler tool head lights, you know, the one behind me is plugged in. All four of the lights are wired correctly. They all oh, whatchamacallit, they have continuity. They check out with continuity. There's only 3 that are showing. The 4th lane is never turned on, and don't know why. I verified continuity, the wire's good, and then I can guarantee you that somewhere over the next 2 weeks, it's just gonna start working. Because that's what's happened on every single one. And I don't know why. Just poof, all of a sudden it starts working. No rhyme or reason. And good morning, Thunder Keys. How are you doing? Oh, partner in crime on box turtles. And I have to, I'm not going to say yell at, because I'm not going to yell at them, but um, me and my box turtle journey here and the number of box turtles that we've built is all because Thunder Keys got me into it. He worked and got me into the closed beta. I was an honorary addition to the closed beta. And yeah, this is number 4. And I've got a frame for a 5th one that I can build as well. all his fault. My wife gets mad at me. I'm pointing her at you. Just saying. Valued contributor. There you go. And good morning, Ferret Fawcett. How are you doing? There you go, Free Heathen. Yes, the third annual Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Festival is May 17th to 18th. It is going to be a great show. The first two went off amazing. The first one, it was something like 3,000 people and 18,000 square feet. The second one, they doubled the floor space and they broke the attendance record for the first year's event in the first day. So, great time for all. I think they're going to have 75 maker tables as well as, standard sponsor booths and stuff. Um, I don't know who all is going to be there this year. I'm pretty sure that KB3D will be going. I'll say the triad: KB3D, West 3D, and Fabrica will go. Then that's normally the one that the Voron team goes to because most of them, I believe, are over on the West Coast. So that's an easier one for everybody to get to, especially to transport and have stuff at the show. Not that there's a shortage of Vorons at any show. More. There was a lot of people that I met for the first time over at Rocky Mountain last year. In some cases, it was their first ever um, festival attendance, which was kind of cool. I think Pete Savis was one of those. So yeah, and I get that traveling to these is an expense. I've got the luxury that Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest um, is in my wife's, or not in, but near my wife's hometown. So, like, my wife is from the Denver, Colorado area. So, her brother, Eagle the Dragon, and her mother live in the Denver area. And my oldest son and his husband live down in Colorado Springs. And then when we go to Midwest, my younger son used to live like 5 minutes away from the venue. He's now moved a little bit further out, but it's not that far out. So I get to see my kids there. And then for Bel Air, Maryland, um, my wife has cousins in um, Baltimore. So all three shows get to also double as family meetups. All right, I think I've got 8 um, of each color. My soldering iron has said, "Yep, you took too long." So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get these two soldered up, and then we'll go through and do the other two that have already been broken off and are separate. Did I see Shenanigans pop in? Hey, Shenanigans, how's it going? Yeah, Rocky Mountain is a huge, huge blast. Um, Funny enough, that's where I met and found out about EPAX 3D was at Rocky Mountain this last year, and they have their warehouse in my town. So go figure that one out. The So they are local to me as far as their warehouse, and then they're like 30 minutes away for their office space from where I live, 30, 40 minutes away. And they're probably about 5, 10 minutes away from work. So when I go into work on Thursdays, I could always go over and see them. And once again, all I was doing there was pre-tinning the pads so that when I bring the wires themselves over, I can just basically heat it up real fast and get the wires on there. So the next thing we're going to do is come in here and we're going to strip our 4 of our black wires, just the ends on them, or on one side of them, and that'll let us uh, quickly tack these on. So the wires need to be going in the same direction. So what we're going to do is get this to pretend some. Go. Bring this up here a little bit. So we're just connecting those wires. We're going to do this one, and I'm going to do the other one in the same, coming out the same direction right above it. And so we're going to have the input is at this side, the top, and then the output is the side towards me. And normally what you would do is go from the output of one to the input of the other. But what we're doing here is we're going to be doing connectors and connecting them together. So the connectors will be easy. And so what I tend to do is, because the inbound leg for the very first one is coming from a male JST connector, right? So it's going to plug into, these are the 4 RGBs, switches, fan, motors. Yeah, so it's going to plug into one of these. So because the first connector in the string is going into a male JST with female pins, all of the inputs for the other lights in the string are going to be using the male microfit 3 connector with the female pins, and the outputs are going to be the female connectors which use the male pins, right? So that way it's easier for me if I'm keeping all of the connectors. Basically all the inputs on every light are going to be using a male connector, so it makes it easier for me to quickly discern when I'm putting them together which way is going which. And then just give a little bit of a tug test. So there we've got the black, I'm gonna kind of do them just in a way. So I'll do the blues next, and then the reds, and then we'll go back to the blacks and do the other um, wire. And we're doing this just so it's easier to be able to get in here. We're not working ourselves into a pain point trying to get the because if like you do the if I do both the blacks right now, then when I come back to do the blue and the red for this first light, I'm going to be working in a smaller, more constrained spot. So when you're trying to do LEDs especially, I for one have to really be careful that I don't like join the solder pads. Not that. I need. Yeah, like I just joined the signal and positive on that one by mistake. So now I need to see about cleanly separating them. Not blobbing them together even more, Luke. Very good. And that's why I tend to have my phone with, put it on close up, is so I can then do things like this. And I can come up here and show you all. That's what we're kind of doing. So you need a fine tip here. It's going to be easier to use a fine tip um, soldering iron because it's just small. And the people that do the little sequins that are even smaller than this, good on you. Good on you. My eyes are not built for that. Yeah, Remurf was great. I am, I'll say, in a language that comes from my parents. I'm tickled pink with the turnout and the fact that the turnout is even more diverse. So we've at Rocky Mountain, um, we've got young kids, we've got like grandparents. And when I say grandparents, I mean I've the first year I was coming into the event, and there were obvious elderly adults that were getting out of their car and getting ready to go into the event in the parking lot, and I was chatting with them, and they were like, "Yeah, well, my grandson or daughter or whatever has been talking about 3D printing. So when we found out about this, we figured we'd come in and check it out." And I was like, "Oh, that is awesome, right? Like that is what this is all about. Is come share the joy, come share the love, and just enjoy and learn. And if we can get the parents and grandparents excited and interested about it, getting the kids excited and interesting about it or interested in it is going to be so much easier. Yeah. The issue that I'm dealing with here, and it's just a matter of it feels like it's not down on the pad, but like the wires just sitting on top of the bead of solder versus down on the pad, and it's just coming from basically you're stacking wire up over itself, trying to go over the top of the other pad. I'm probably just making it worse, trying to. Oh, let me try and fix this a little bit better. Yep, no, you're just making it worse. Yep, leave it alone, Luke. Hey, Rodney, how's it going? Well, Free Heathen, if you want to be tickled pink, I think you need to talk to Bexy Beans, and she's in the wrong part of the world for that right now. And yeah, so welcome in, Rodney Mac. Hope you're doing well this fine Saturday morning. Once again, I'm just trying to make sure that I don't have any, that I'm not cross wiring these when I'm soldering them up. And my eyes just aren't, you know, I don't have young man eyes or young person's eyes. So I'm using the magnifying capabilities of my phone. All right. One down, one to go. Well, one down, three to go, I should say, because one down, one to go in this set, and then I need to do an individual one. Yeah, these are definitely a tedious part, like the wire crimping and stuff like that. It's tedious, but it's at this point. I'm pretty good at crimping wires. Unless you get those asinine things on an SB 2209. But when you start dealing with soldering at small scale like this, it's a pain. And this is where, because once again, I think the LEDs they call, no, they're calling for 24 gauge, which is what I'm using. Um, 26 gauge would probably be all that much easier because you'd be dealing with some smaller wire gauges. Um, and who knows, it might be easier to actually tend the pad than do the wire, tend the pad than do the wire. That way you're not worried about, oh, I've got the wire hot and oh, it slipped off the side and now it's joined to the two pads, right? So I will probably try and do that when I do the singles here in a second. And again, saying he's finally home. Well, I'm glad that you are finally home, Shenanigans. More. You were really, if you were really cool, you would have this just like me. What is this? Oh, yeah, headband magnifier would be great. Jeweler's loop eyelash extension watch repair. So are those just extra eyepieces or are they all different magnification? Probably read it, but looks like they're different magnification lenses. Which yeah, that would most likely help out a lot. No obvious tag crossing. There's two down. Now we need to be careful with this next one. Like I said, I think I'm going to tend the pad, tend the wire, and then boom. I think that might be a little bit easier. We'll give that a shot. Just see if, once again, we can refine order of operations a tad bit here. Yeah, you can see what you're doing while you're doing it. That's true. That kind of takes the fun out of it. I'm like, what kind of fun would that be? Okay. The other thing that I love about FEP wiring, other than it's a lot, so the FEP wiring is great for this because it's the insulation is a lot thinner than like silicone wire. Part that sucks about it is one, it doesn't always strip cleanly, and then two, it it doesn't always strip cleanly, and it's almost like it static clings to things. So you're sitting there trying to go, oh, let me toss this into the garbage, and then find out you got like 4 strands of you know insulation clippings sitting on your finger. Come on. And I do need to check the phone here in a second. Hey, KB3D, how are you doing? We finally got KB3D to announce his open house. So that is um, open house is Saturday, November 2nd. Next weekend. That is right. Next weekend. Be there or be square. I know he said, oh, it's not a rep rap fest. Well, guess what? We'll be there. I'm bringing some printers. Yeah, pure cut fingertips. That is definitely a thing. Soldering sort of day. We're doing a little bit of soldering. We're going to try and get the lights installed when we build the heads instead of trying to do it after off the stream. Um, I am second guessing myself on that decision, especially considering my day started with a work issue. I so should have just done this off stream, and even if I had redo, take things apart and redo it off stream, that would have been the better choice at this point, probably. Especially since the work stuff involved like technical conversations before coffee. So what is this? MakerMind Nexus. You're gonna try and make the 13-hour-ish drive. I thought you were rolling with somebody else. I thought that's what was happening, is you were gonna roll up with somebody else. Provided you could get the missus to approve a kitchen pass, that is. Which, Dan, that means you got to start being nice. Don't piss off the kids, because kitchen passes get revoked when you're leaving the significant other with angry teenagers, or annoyed teenagers, or moody teenagers, as it may be. Like, the last thing you should do is piss a teenage girl off right before like prom or something, and then be like, "Hey, honey, I'm gonna go out with the guys." Just saying, like, learn from others' pain. Um, you know, Petty, I I didn't have that problem because my daughter was living with her mother when that time came along. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I've been around enough because I have friends with daughters. Once again, learn from the experience of others so you don't have to go through it yourself. Uh huh. You forget, I sit on your streams, my friend. Oh yeah, yeah. The pass gets revoked without your knowledge, and you may or may not have already left, and then it's like you're just in deep water when you get back. Like, Chris, I just want to let you know I'm coming with a list, and um no, my luck, my brother-in-law is still sitting here listening, but I'm coming with a list. Let's just leave it at that. And that means I might need my get out of jail free uh invoice. A laptop bag and a dream. So I'm bringing Fractured Dragon, which is the positron. Um, I am also going to have an Ender Belt printer. The Ender Belt is available for anybody that wants it. Um, and yeah, my list of giveaway winnings. Exactly, Chris. Thank you. I am so glad that you understand and we're seeing eye to eye on things. Um, I'm also planning on bringing the Rook 2020 Mark One, just because it has lived at the KB3 booth for like what 2 years now, and I think it would be really upsetting if like it would be upset if it got left behind on a trip to KB3D. So we'll be bringing that one with us. Like, make sure you do these in the right order. Or at least in the same general direction. So that all your wires are going to be coming out in the same direction. So in this case, the flow arrows are facing towards me. So yeah, of course, that one will be printing chameleons, and then whatever we have printing on the 2020 Mark II. Did we get? Yeah, we got chameleons loaded up on that, didn't we? And by we got chameleons loaded up on that, what we did was we just downloaded the sliced chameleon file from the one and put it on the other. All right. And should I ask if you've printed the replacement parts for the KB3D Rook, or do I need to print those parts and bring them with me and do printer maintenance while I'm there? And for those of you that don't know, what we're talking about is we discovered a crack in the layer lines on the XY joint. Okay, you did print them. Wow. Okay, well that's progress. Yeah, we discovered a crack in layer lines that were causing some print artifacts as expected. And so we needed to reprint the XY joints. So that's the big question, is whether or not I'm doing printer maintenance while I'm there, or if I'm. But Chris, I am planning on getting up early that morning and driving up. I'm going to be staying with Mrs. Dragon down in Columbus, and I will get up that morning and drive up. Chris too has already offered coffees. but I will plan to be there early to help you guys however you need. Come here. You heat up and flow, you heat up and together. Ah, life. Joined in holy matrimony. Steve. Hey, no, Matt, you got alert over to Chris's basement to help with some posi stuff. Okay. As in Chris Riley, Chris's basement? You're so cool. Tell him and the missus we said hi. You know, that has been the really cool thing is Nomad, not only are you buying a printer, but you are buying basically build support from Nomad. Like if you are streaming, he's going to be jumping into your stream and helping you out along the way. Yeah, and buying friendship. That is true. And speaking of friendship, the friendship that we have all experienced in this community has been unparalleled. I mean, I got into this and I've met so many cool people and had the ability to meet so many of them face to face. Um, yeah, and if I was close enough, I would definitely be bringing it by. Um, Now I did notice my posi when I took it into the office, it printed like a little bit like dog doo doo, and I was like, it wasn't the first layer. Like, what is going on here? And as I started to pack it up to head home, I realized what the problem was. Um, yeah, you're gonna get crappy Z banding when you forget to flip the latch back up when you unfold it. Yeah, I forgot the either latch. Yep, I sure did. But whoops, there's drop number two. Lesson learned, and it will be going into the office again. I did post a picture of it or a little video saying that it was in the office. And I had several people because we have like two 3D printing communities of interest chat boards going. And some people were like, hey, what building is that in? A couple of them were on a different floor. A couple of people are in a different building, but they were like, we want to come over and check that out. And I was like, all right, well, I'll have it in the office next week as well. on the pad, not on my soldering iron. Okay. It's kind of like the double-edged sword. I got the thinner solder, which flows a hell of a lot easier than the thicker stuff that I originally had. But at the same time, it flows quick and it flows well, and so you can really quickly get way more solder than you need or want on your wire joints, and then you're dealing with just solder. Also pretty floppy here when you're trying to do what I was just doing, which is um, tinning the wire without having to use like a third hand in the process. Okay, last wire, and then we'd be able to get in and do our crimping connectors next. And once we have the connectors done, we can actually start um, putting these in place. And I just realized this is the fourth one. In is at the top, the out is at the bottom. I really don't need the outs on these. But so be it. We've got it wired up now. Yeah, so on the last wire, there's no outbound on it. It's I guess there can be technically if you want to loop in your corners into the fray here, but I would keep the corners separate from the main uh, tool head LEDs. Because once again, the corners would be for bling and the tool head would be for better status of an individual lane and where the filament is. So I think we're done for soldering until we get to the extruders. So for now, I will put this aside, let this cool down, and pretty much put it where I'm not going to burn the crap out of myself again. Haha. Wishes and dreams, wishes and dreams. Okay, so we snap that off. And the inbound, which will be your top wires, are once again the inbound is going to be your top wires, and the first set is going to be from your JST at the board. So I'm just going to make all of these the same length. And then I'll strip them and we'll make the JST side for the board first. And sorry, real fast, let me check the work stuff to see if there's anything popping off. All right, sorry, folks. Give me just 1 second. I just have to read this and try and form a response. Yeah, and if you've got a positron and you've opened it and closed it, opened it and closed it, opened it and closed it, and never made an issue like that, um, yeah, didn't like our meth naming. Oh, you're currently designing a Picatinny rail for the Posi, calling it a Positini rail. There you go. Oh, geez. When it rains, it pours. We'll just call it that way. And I'm assuming we're gonna have plenty of things. So yeah, the KB3D event is November 2nd. Um, it will be at their office space in at Darrow 8295 Darrow Road in Twinsburg, Ohio. During the event, they will have. What was one I was just during the event? They will have everything in store. I'm assuming in store, in stock. 15% off. They say store wide. I'm pretty sure that that's going to mean in store, in stock. Um, Now, what I need to do. Hey, Mucho Mas, how's it going? Holy smokes, just down the road from exactly Darrow Road in Twinsburg, Ohio, KB3D next Saturday, November 2nd, from noon to 4 p.m. Please, 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 if you're going to go or swing by, or you think you may go and swing by, um, hit the kb3d.com website and click on this big banner for the open house. You click on that, and it's going to, or should, come to the open house page with an RSVP link to a Google Doc. Please, please, please RSVP. What they're trying to do is gauge how many people are coming, because there is going to be food. It's 12 to 4, so there's going to be food, door prizes, and 15% off store wide. And if you're, I don't know if he'll do it, but maybe you can say, "Hey, I'm here. I know that guy named Digital Dragon, and I don't know, because I know if you order from the site and you use my link, it doesn't give you anything off, but it does. It is an affiliate link, so it helps me and my addiction for buying things from KB3D. And he sends out cool stickers, and I'd have to find mine. It's somewhere around here, but it basically says I purchased this, and this purchase supports Digital Dragon. So they've got really cool stickers. Yeah, you're currently expecting around 100 friends. That's awesome. So yeah, he says it's not, but this is like a mini rep rap festival. Like, don't bring all your printers and stuff, but a few of us are. Whether or not they're printing or just on display, or if what I have told some people in the past is, like, I'm bringing the positron and I'm bringing the Rook 2020 Mark One, because if I don't, like I said, I think it'll just stop working because it'll feel so slighted. Um, but I am bringing a Ender belt conversion, and if anybody is willing to take it home, you can take it home. Um, this is not a swap. This is not a sale. This is it needs to find a new home. It may or may not be in a state where it needs adjustments because I haven't looked at it in almost a year. So, if anybody wants a printer that they need to put a little bit of work on and has a need for it, it will be there. First come. Yeah, there you go. I made this thing with parts from KB3D in support of Digital Dragon 72. There you go. Okay, so I've got my 3 wires there. I know this is going to be a 3-pin plug, so I'll dig one of those 3-pin plugs. This is the plug kit that comes with our AFC light board. So the AFC light board, it does come with the plugs. What it does not come with is the stepper drivers. So these are TMC 2209 Big Tree Tech stepper drivers that I have in here. And they are version 1.2. And I've had issues with these working with different boards. So they may work in here, they may not. If they don't, then I will be getting a set of 1.3s, current versions. And at some point, I'll just take these 1.2s and either throw them away or possibly keep them and use them on a ramps board for some project down the road. So we're going to need one of these, and what I need to do is come look at the Armored Turtle, not Isix, Armored Turtle, Box Turtle page. There we go. So what I'm going to be looking at as we start to kind of do some of the wiring is this diagram here. So our motors are all the way on the far side here. Then we'll have the load triggers, we'll have the prep triggers, and what I'm looking for in the hub is where to put the LEDs. So the light box LED, which is the bottom one, which I am assuming is the lane LEDs, and then the corner LED would be running to the 4 corners. Optional, yeah. And then we'll actually have 2 other sets of LED plugs available. And the nice thing about that is you can do all kinds of crazy, like you can LED the heck out of this. I do know that even the Turtleneck 2.0, for whatever reason, comes with an LED. Like, people must really like their LEDs. To me, it's just one other thing that can stop working, and then you get frustrated trying to fix it and make it work again. Yes, add to cart. Exactly. Take my money. Took all my money and all I got was this. Exactly. That's what we need is KB3D took all my money and all I got was this. Or this shirt or this hat. Or you can get the sticker and put it on the shirt or the hat. Yeah, you had to check the sticker. I will dig it out. I think I saw it around here. And the sad part is I've got like 4 bags of stickers. And it's like, which bag is it in? Because I tend to bag these up from shows, or I get stickers throughout and I put them on the table or the desk here, and then eventually I just grab them. And I got a ton of Micro Swiss and KB3D, but yeah, it's a really cool sticker. In fact, how about this? Somebody do a Bang KB3D, and I think it's all. No, I think it's KB dash Bang KB dash 3D. Is that it? No. Bang KB No hyphen. There we go. So if you hit that page, it comes up, and this is the page that you would go to, and all you have to do is add this to cart. It doesn't cost anything. It doesn't add anything to your to your order, other than you add this and you will get a sticker in your package. And I thought it had a picture of the actual sticker, but I guess I must be wrong. Dang it. So I thought that would show what I'm going to do. But there we go. Um, so we're going into this, and I know it's um, ground signal power from the looks of this. But what I need to do is figure out in which order or which way the connector goes in. So with the connector in there, now I know in which order to put my wires into the board. Red is the first one. Good morning, Daddy Wazzy. How are you today, my friend? You know, there is a perfect fine positron case sitting on your floor that works great as a mobile sticker board. It does. It does. You know what else it works great for? Door stops and tripping hazards. Door stops and tripping. And it's funny too, because a lot of people at work will sticker bomb their laptops because, you know, we're a lot of software developers and stuff. And um, so we've contracted out like our IT help desk and, you know, the level one stuff, right? So like, oh, my laptop's not working. Okay, bring it in. We'll look at it, figure out, you know, hey, why is your case expanding? Oh, wait, it's because you've got a battery that's about to explode on you. Let's replace your battery, or, you know, that type of stuff. And apparently, you know, our option was to take it to because of COVID, it was take it to a local UPS store and ship it, or um, take it into the office and turn it in at the IT help desk. Well, either one now we're being told you have to remove all stickers. So I'm like, oh, that's great. So when I did my last laptop refresh, I just have not put any stickers back on my laptop, because if they're going to make me go through the pain of taking it off or charge me, and not a reimbursable charge, um, for them to do it, then yeah, not as much fun. Now, what you can do is get like the clear plastic case and then sticker bomb that. But as we know, because I'm running Apple stuff, every new Apple version of their MacBooks is like slightly different. So the case you bought for your last one will most likely not work on your next one. Also, not a reimbursed expense. Now, Chris, I gotta ask, um, and feel free to not answer me in here, but answer me in Discord if DM if you want. I just gotta ask, you're not gonna become a rat rig retailer or a stable bot reseller, right? Inquiring minds want to know and want to ask because in in prepping for our next, as Free Heathen would say, crime against humanity, I may need a larger printer for some parts for structural integrity. And I don't want to like buy somewhere and then find out, like happens a lot, that you now, like a week after I put in an order, I get the notice that KB3D is now a reseller of, or is now carrying this. Okay, so how do I want to do it? So the inbound is always going to be the male connector. The outbound is going to be the female connector. So when I switch over here from the JSTs, because I just need the one JST connection to the board, like when they coil JST connectors like this, it feels like working with bobbed wire. Every time you go to do something with it, it sticks to it. And always in a non-helpful way. We'll chat. Okay. Awesome. And I'm trying to stay on Evil Diesel. And by the way, when we're there on the 2nd, are you gonna have a Death Racer kit from Victory Tech for us? Or actually, we'll chat about that because uh, we have been, um, we being me and Evil Diesel, have been commissioned for a Death Racer and a drag racer for KB3D. And if you've been to the show, um, we had a stock. When I say we, I'll say I had a stock Death Racer for the first show. Every show afterwards, Evil Diesel has continued to modify um, said Death Racer to make it more, um, we'll say, interesting, like themed. So I'm trying to get him motivated and keep him motivated to continue to work on that. Okay, so we're gonna need 3 of these because these are inbounds. Outbounds, I'm gonna need 3 as well. So the rest of these are just the extras that'll be set aside for the next one, or the next repair, or the next whatever. All right. No, that's cool. That's good to know. Now we need pins, and we're doing this side, which means I need the male pin. And this is why you got to be kind of cognizant, methodical as you're working through here, is so that you put the right pins on the right side at the right time. And so that's why I do it one at a time. So the inbound is always going to be the male connector with the with the female pins, and the other side is always going to be the male pins in the female connector. And if you don't know about the gender of pins and connectors, um, a male pin is going to have the the or the point, or the I guess let me go to a bigger view. The male pin is like the pin you'll see on the board. It's got a point, and it goes in the other pin. Therefore, this is the male, and the female is the one that's the male pin goes into. Um, I know that may not be politically correct, but to my knowledge, that has not been changed to a different type of language that I'm aware of yet. So, and I say that because we moved from, in the industry, we moved from like blacklist and whitelist to, oh, allow and disallow, you know, changing times. Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, it is whatever. It just, people that have been in the industry for a long time, they continue to call it the stuff that they grew up with, because some of this stuff, we're certified in, and we've been certified for a couple of decades, so it's very hard to change your vernacular, and especially when you're in situations. So it's like, hey, we need a block list, or we need a blacklist, or it just takes a bit to get everything changed. And I hope I don't offend anybody. But yeah, so you all prepared, Chris? And and even better, are you going to have any cars there that some of us can look at? Even if it's through a glass. It'll be a busy week for sure. Yeah. Well, that's why I said I will plan on getting there early on Saturday to help out in any way I can. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to play this is a male, this is a female. If this is the same connector, we're going that way. So I'm going to look at making sure that the wires match up. And quite honestly, it doesn't matter what order you put them in, as long as they're all going to be matching up. I would suggest that you pick an order and wire every single one of them up that same way, because that will just make your life a lot easier. especially since these are now effectively modular, and you should be able to pop these off and put them on whatever other box turtle that you want. So I realized that I just went through and, well, I printed the updated diffuser covers, but I didn't do the extra or the extra. I didn't do the new diffusers themselves. So the ones that are the armored turtle versus the Voron. Just going to make sure that these are pushed all the way in. They feel like they're locked, but I just want to make sure that they're fully in. Sometimes when you're doing this 26 gauge wire, it's hard. You know, every time you try and push it in, it'll start to bend. So you never know if you're fully inserted or not. Okay. Knowing how I am, I will leave here early, get there early, and either just find a place to sit in my car or come help if you need anything. Yeah, yeah. Lots of cars too. Cool. And the building that you're in, there's either nobody in that building or they're a Monday through Friday, right? So we can use like that whole parking lot area. Because, like I said, I will an extra coffee. Yeah, yeah, you got everything good. That's what I thought. Um, I just wasn't sure if anything had changed since I was there after Murph. So good times, good times. Um, but yep, looking forward to it. Like I said, it's good time with good people all around. Um, Getting a chance to check out their new digs. It's been really cool because I know Hector moved to new spaces this year. West 3D moved to new spaces this year. Um, Now KB 3D moved to new spaces this year. I know it was for different reasons in your case, um, but it's cool that you've now got a brick and mortar shop, and that'll make it easy for some people that are local for both them and you, so you don't have to, darn it, you don't have to ship as much. I was trying to get Chewy to come out there, but apparently he has to work a 12-hour shift that day. But okay, so we did that. Now we're doing, which one did I do? I doing the inbound. So we're gonna need these. And so for the inbound, we're gonna be using the male plugs that use the female pins using. Um, ow. Yeah, the showroom isn't big, but it's exciting, and it just has to be there. It doesn't have to be huge. So that's just cool in its own right. And you'll say, come early and get the posi printing with our missing bed. With your missing bed. Okay. Um, yeah, so I will be, like I said, I'll bring my posi. Um, Somebody reached out to me and asked if I was bringing a box turtle. And I was like, yeah, I can bring a box turtle, but it'll be like before. I won't have a printer on it set up because it, the only printer I have fully set up that I know he'll be working on is a 300 size printer, and I'm trying not to bring big stuff, right? If I'm bringing stuff, I want to bring the smaller stuff. One, because it's easier, and two, because I know you've said that this isn't a big up rep festival, which I get. Um, and I think Bilal said that he could bring his. That way, I didn't have to bring a whole buttload of stuff. I was like, okay. Which way did he go, George? Where did he go? So yeah, we can have a couple of things. I know that um, you plan on stocking the LDO kit once it's available, which is cool. I'm gonna have to build one. At that point, I'll have like, you know, a baker's dozen or something. But we'll have to build one of the LDO ones on stream. It won't be missing after Saturday. Well, Tech Cheaper should have a spare bed of some sort, right? I mean, he did, or no, he has a second bed because he didn't you break your first one with additional assist. He had people over. It was on the, I think it was you. That had people over. It was on the table, and somebody hit the table and yeeted it completely across the room. You have two glass beds and a PCB one now. You have KB3Ds, but LDO ended up selling me one. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm not. Uh, I guess I was like, I'm not completely sold on the PCB bed just because then you lose one of the aspects of the positron, which is the cool factor of seeing that first layer go down. Right? I get for doing certain materials, you're going to need it because you can't print certain materials on the glass bed without chances of bad things happening. But, it's, yeah, just one of them things. Okay, so go ahead and get three more for the other three sides undone here, or stripped. And the nice thing about this is, other than that first light, um, they're all going to be pretty much wired up the same. So it's easy enough to set up a couple of replacements. So if you have an LED that you suspect has actually gone bad, then you can, oh, dang it, then you can uh, quickly swap it out with another one as a test if you have one or two of these sitting on the bench. So that'll be pretty nice. There you go. You have to return the bed that they were gracious enough to let you borrow. In my case, you know, I'm going because, well, they're my biggest sponsor and they're cool people. And I got to see the digs before, like when I went in, the like the warehouse or the parts room um was an empty room. Like it didn't have shelving and stuff in it yet. So I get to go in and see the before and the after, which is kind of cool. So for those of you that aren't aware, after birth, because I did they didn't get here in time, and literally it came like the next day after I got back home from birth. I had gotten some custom PEI uh, sheets made from Ember prototypes, and I had one made for me and one made for Chris as a way of thanking Chris for the black box build. And I wanted to get it to Chris and it didn't come in time to bring up to the show for me or with me. So I made the trip back up the next weekend or next week after the show because, or I guess not the next week, but shortly after the show because I had the week of 4th of July off at work. And so I went up and met Chris, had some coffee, met up, went up to the shop and checked out the shop and everything, and then headed over to spend the week with my son. But the build plate that I sent Chris, I can get it off without taking the whole bed off, is the custom black box build plate. And so one of the thoughts we had was Chris maybe getting with Ember prototypes and actually getting these made in bulk and actually including them in the kit. But yeah, mine's on mine and I bring it to the shows. Um, and Chris, I think, has said his is just going to stay on the wall. But yeah, I had a couple of those made. I kind of surprised him. He may or may not have had something in his eye when he got it. He'll never admit to it, and I don't know for sure. I got to see Chris too in his native environment, which is apparently kind of knee deep in a Porsche. Yeah, no, they're good people. You printed on it at 3D Printopia. Okay, I wasn't sure if you had it because, quite honestly, I there's parts of 3D Printopia, and I know I talked to certain people that are just still a blur. Because that whole show was just kind of it was kind of crazy, you know. Um, Good kind of crazy though. Like I said, we came out of that show with a lot of good conversations and a lot of good things. In fact, once we get this done, because this is one of those conversations that we had at 3D Printopia, is getting a box turtle done up that is the same color scheme and goes with um, Kyber Dragon, and it's going to go on display over at Evocate 3D here in town. And so it'll be they were looking for an LDO 2.4, or actually an LDO Voron kit. And I told them that, hey, I've got a 2.4 LDO kit that I haven't been able to print with in a while just because I can't run everything at the same time in here, right? Yes, I did not remount the shafts. I learned my lesson. I learned that lesson. Thank you. Appreciate it. Um, I'm passing that along to anybody and everybody. Don't follow the typical of reaming out your holes for your shafts. You need that tight fit because otherwise your 24 tooth gear will literally be spinning on the shaft and not doing its job of spinning the shaft and the wheels. Hey, Emoji, how's it going? Hope you are doing well. We are over here working on our latest box turtle build. Trying not to confuse myself. Um, and like I was saying, this one's going to be added to the LDO Motors 2.4 Kyber Dragon down here. So once we get the box turtle built, we need to go through and put a fill matrix on it so that we have the tool head sensor and the box cutter, or the tool head sensor and the cutter on it. And then we can um, get it all software configured and dialed in and stuff. Because I want to make sure it's printing good. And then we'll take this down to Evocate. And that will most likely get us through this next week and on into our KB3D open house event next Saturday. So when we get back from that, if we're still working on this, we're still working on this. If we're not and we're done with this, then we will be starting the LH Stinger build, of which I have been printing parts for. I've got the main printer part build done, or build. I have the main printer parts printed. I am starting to print parts for the auxiliary fans right now, which are like 9733 blowers. These things are like stupid big. Um, and then the next thing up after that, I think, is the electronics box. It does use a external electronics box, which is pretty big because it's going to house the 48 volt, the 24 volt, the spider board, and everything else. So, yeah. Okay, so this one's going to be that side. So black on the right, blue in the middle, red on the left. Come on, darn you. Oh. Um, okay, now we're going to go over to this one, which is going to be the male side. And what else? We got a takeoff. So we're going to put the takeoff and the tube on a printer. We also have a Trident all-wheel drive 9 mil belt system coming in. So all that may go on the same printer. Haven't decided yet. But I may put all of that on the 350 Trident just to see what it does to like input shaper grass and stuff going to 9 millimeter belts, all-wheel drive system. I think it'll add some more rigidity to that overall system. So, all right, have a great one, Chris. Thanks for hanging out this morning. For those of you, if you can hang out, then hang out. If you got to go and adult, well, adulting sucks, but we got to do it. Isn't it fun how, as teenagers, we were like, oh man, this sucks. I can't wait to be an adult. And then as an adult, you're like, dude, we had it so good as teenagers. And yes, I know there was a lot more drama in teenagers and stuff like that. But um, looking back on it with 2020, it was not really drama. We just thought our lives were going to end. Uh, Doing pretty good, Moji. So I am still dealing with now two different issues with work that are keeping me kind of busy. So I do have to keep checking the phone every now and then to see if anything's going crazy and keep an eye on it. But yeah, other than that, things are going good. Toe's getting a little bit better, though it is a little swollen today. I don't know what that's about, but yeah. So life. Mrs. Dragon will be home soon. She will that's part of the reason why I'm going up to KB3D Chris is Mrs. Dragon will be in Columbus that weekend for a conference that she is actually speaking at. So I'm going to go stay with her Friday, head up to see Chris and everybody else on Saturday, come back and spend the rest of the weekend with her and drive home, as opposed to her having to get on another plane and do the whole plane thing, which she's about done with at this point. She's just tired, right? Uh, was that 3 or 4? All right. So how's that? Did I just screw that up? Oh, I may have. That's out. This is in. That one's right. This one coming out. Ah. Ah. I rotated the darn. Oh, that's annoying. I have to fix that. Where's my thingy? So my red and black pins on one side I put in the wrong way. So that's why go slow, double, triple, quadruple check. I've got the J-Ready pen extractor. Thanks to KB3D for sharing that link. In fact, I'm not sure if he stocked these in the store or not. And there is one for male pens and one for female pens. In this case, I need the one for the male pins and the female connector. I think that's this one. There we go. No? So basically, you're trying to get it lined up on the pen, and then when you're pushing down, it's pushing the wings in so that you can push the pen through. Darn it. Sorry, folks. I'm going to try and work this over here because I'm not sure what's going on and why I'm. I think I did something wrong there. It may have bent the actual connector. Time for my old man spectacles. Ooh, no, I didn't. At least I don't think I did. For what I'm Yes, I think I did just bend that, but we'll see if that fixed it. Might just be that hopefully we got enough room and it's going to be easier just to cut it off than, because I think, like I said, I think I'm fighting with a pen that I just bent, and I'm going to stress fatigue it over time anyhow, trying to get it out. Might be better just to cut me losses and yeah, that's what we're going to do. We are going to take these 3 wires and we're just going to cut them right at the base and cut our losses. And we'll redo it, hopefully in a better way that we don't cause further issue. And the thing is, I'm still going to have to get that one off because I think I just pinned it wrong as well. Good time. Yes. Yes, your headband magnifier. I have to pick one of those up. Prevent myself from having as many problematic issues. Hopefully we'll have at least a little bit of extra slack in here since we just had to cut that a little bit shorter. Hey, Da Vinci, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Reese, the people of plastic are doing good. How are you? For the most part, most of us are doing good. Ah, we'll have to be careful when we pin this one in this time because we can't afford another mistake or we're going to be doing some resoldering and rewiring, and that just won't happen today. I will take that off stream because then my frustration level will be very high. Oh yeah, yeah. I continue to build my, I'll say, my tool chest, and there's some things that may make life a little bit easier, but I just can't pull the trigger on just yet, or maybe things that um, I will pull the trigger on. So we'll have to see. Okay, so we cut that one off, which means we need another 3-pin. I'm just going to grab it from this bag. Might need a second one as well. So 3-pin, 3-pin, female. Yeah, female. So we're going to look at this one more time. This is our standard. So blue in the middle. That's the easy one. Blue is always going to be in the middle. Red to the left on the connector. Right, or red, black on the right. Okay. All right, there's our twofer. So this one, let's see, this one was done right. Okay, so I just screwed the one up. I guess that's better than nothing, huh? Okay. So when we put this one on, we want to make sure that blue is in the middle. Red is on the right. And black on the left. Okay, there we go. Ooh, painful. And this one, we have an in and we have an out soldered up. We don't really need the out. We just need the in. we may go ahead and do it all just in case we rearrange or reposition things when we go to rebuild at a later date and time, because we may rebuild these down the road. So for those of you that are just joining in, what we're doing is we're building another box turtle. This one is going to be color themed to match the Kyber Dragon Voron 2.4 build behind me. That is going to be put on display at a local shop. Yeah, it's going to be on display at a local shop. So I'm trying to get this prepped and ready to go to said local shop. Welcome on in. Ram Online, Astrosynth, how's it going? Moji, welcome on in. I apologize if I'm not calling everybody out as they join. I am trying to make sure that I don't make yet another mistake, and I'm gonna have to get some more microfit connectors and stuff here soon. But what we're trying to do is get all the components ready to do the assembly of the rewinder tool head, or I keep saying tool heads, the rewinder or respoolers for the black box. And then once we get these ready to go, we can get them installed in the black box and be ready to do the extruders next. I did do the heat sets in the extruder parts last night. Try and get ahead. And I was actually taking apart, so the old idlers that we had sitting on the bench, you'll notice they're not on the bench. Those have already been, I went ahead and disassembled them and recovered the M3 screws and the heat sets out of them, and just use those heat sets to populate things over in the extruder. Ah. One flyaway wire strand. So yeah, we've been chatting about next weekend. We will not be streaming next weekend. I will be in Twinsburg, Ohio, attending KB3D's open house. This is their first open house. They're going to have their initial brick and mortar store. There's going to be food, door prizes, and a 15% off anything that's in stock. I'm assuming that is anything in stock and you are in person. So on the left. Middle. Right hand side. Good. And like I said, I don't technically need to wire this one up, but we might as well while we're here, um, and get it ready to be used. That way, if we pull things out, we move things around, we'll have one ready to use. You can also use this to link in other lights. Um, just know that you'll have to change your configuration as appropriate based on how you're wiring up your system. The AFC is set up to have your 4 respooler lights on one connector and then your 4 corner light strips on a connector, and you would still have 2 other RGB connectors available to you. So you can do all the ergobas. Oh, just dropped a pen. Head on carpet. But we found it. We found it before we stabbed it into the bottom of our foot. Which is not the way you want to find um, any type of pin, by the way. Once again, we were drinking our Black Rifle Coffee Company. And the cup of choice for today's stream was Shannon Rona. So if you're not following her, she is a great cosplay person. I found out about her and started following her with her Iron Man suit build. She did the rescue armor, and she did a Iron Man in Pittsburgh Steelers colors. So not sure if Pittsburgh is a team that you like or not, but she's from that area, so that would be her team. But she has actually worn that suit at the games in the past, and I sent her a Ender 3 Max because she was going to need to be reprinting those suits because 3D printed armor sets, they only last so long, and then you need to start replacing and repairing things. And both of those suits she printed with a single Ender 3. And so I sent her an Ender 3 Max that would enable her to, one, double her production because she can have 2 printers running at once. And then 2, with it being the max size, potentially she could minimize the overall number of parts and print some things in a bigger size. Or I mean, not have to cut things up as much when you're doing the armor sets. Yeah. So thank you everybody for being here. I know it's been a not as much fun watching me futz around soldering and crimping, but think we have had a good time. We had KB3D here for a little bit. We talked about his open house. We've talked about what this project is doing and why we're going through and doing uh, this next build instead of just continuing to work on other things. So we're trying to get this one ready to go to Evocate, which is a local 3D printing shop. We're going to have signage on it so that we Digital Dragon and whatever my business entity becomes can get some exposure. I am looking into whether or not I can wind up like maybe working through Evocate and doing some uh, either printer building classes or um, possibly get into the building printers for people if they don't feel like they uh, have the skills to do so. Okay, I think we're done there. We'll put that away. But just yeah, starting to do things with the channel and uh, build this out as a company and something I can do kind of side hustly to offset some of the costs of going to all the shows and stuff. Just next steps as well. At some point it would be nice if I can quit my corporate day job and just do 3D printer stuff full time. I know the pay is not going to be the same, nor would I expect it to be, but the stress should also be down some as well. Okay, so with that said, we're now ready to start doing some assembling. We've got our magnets in to all of our parts. They're properly polarized. We now have our LEDs connected up. Um, I was just sitting here thinking, I was like, could I plug these all up and then run power to it just to see if they work? But I don't think so. I don't think so because they're not, just two wire. They're three wire. So something has to signal and tell it to turn on. So I think we're ready to actually start putting some things together. So the way we start off is one of your sides that doesn't have the cutout in it. That's your, if you're facing it, your right side. That's the side that your gear goes in. You're going to take one of your shafts, go to the overhead, one of your shafts. Now we hammered these on at the last stream, and I do mean hammer, but with a dead blow hammer or a soft face hammer. Do not hit these with like a 3-pound sledge or a standard hammer. You will peen the ends over and then they don't come off. But you've got your 24 tooth gear and the spacer on there. This is going to push all the way in. Now, when you put this in, your 24 tooth gear has a print in place washer on it. That washer piece is going up against the bearing on this side. Then you're going to slide this through and you're going to line the 10 tooth gear that's on the N20 motor with this gear right through that slot. Get that down there, you'll get it lined up. And actually, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to take one of our lights and lay it down in that channel. Now we'll set this on there, line the motor gears up, make sure our lights are still in the channel and not pinched at all. And then we're going to put an M3x8 in to lock that in place. And we're going to worry about doing anything else we need to do with that in a minute. Okay, now we're going to take the other side that has the opening in it, the bearing and then the opening. It's going to line up right there on our shaft, and that opening is going to go around the back side of the N20 motor, just like so. And once again, it'll be another M3x8 to clamp that together. There we go. Now, once again, I'm just going to kind of leave this out of the side. We've got each one of our levers. Our lever has an M3x8 screw on each side. This makes the pivot joint, a bearing with an M3x8 screw that holds it in place, and then a magnet. And this is going to come in and flip right down in place. Then what you want to do is just give it a little flip at the bottom and just make sure that it pops back in place with the magnet. And that's good right there. Now we will need to add a diffuser and mount it to the top here. I don't have the diffusers, or I didn't print the diffusers for the Armored Turtle front covers. So I had diffusers set to print for the Voron logo ones, but we're going to use the Armored Turtle ones on this versus the Voron logos. So we're just going to get another one started here. Once again, we're going to grab this channel. We're going to grab one of our lights, put it in there. Grab one of our gears, put it in there. Take our motor, set it in place. Make sure that we're not pinching our wires. And we can put an M3x8 screw on this side. Okay. We'll put it'll probably be easier to put this piece in now. This little tab goes into the back. So you need to make sure that that tab lines up. And that comes down. Once again, another M3x8 through the bottom. Now we'll do the side. Careful you don't pinch your wires. Our zip ties in the way there. Might not be the zip tie, it might be the black wire. Is going on. Oh. Or you just have it rotated slightly out of place. Now, one of the things you'll notice is if you tighten your side pieces too much, you're going to get too much friction here, and that's what I'm getting right here. So I just need to back these screws off just a tad, and then we get our good lever action again. Once again, we're just going to leave our light sitting off to the side. Number 3, this one, we'll grab the other light, and actually I need to swap these 2 lights out because the shorter one is the one that'll have the JST connector that goes on to the main um, board. Okay, so there's 3, and like I said, I need to pull this light out and swap it for the other one. And you'll see how easy it is to do maintenance on these tool heads if you need to take one apart. Thought I had it fully undone. Didn't. Lever out. Side off. Pull that apparently all the way out. Get the right light in there. Slide it back in. Turn it. All right, there we go. So 1, 2, 3, and the last one. Start off. So what this is doing is putting the top down. So when this starts to torque, it has no chance of sliding up. And then the curved covers up uh, the actual axle for the wheels so that it's just gives it a cleaner, more polished look. All right, so that one's good as well. So the next thing we need to do is put on the wheels, and then our respoolers will be ready to be mounted into our box turtle. And of course, this is where they're going to start to give me hassles. And I found the best way to do this is to get the wheels started and then press from both sides at the same time. And that's going to get both of your wheels seated. Make sure they're moving without rubbing on anything, especially the wires on the motor. And these wheels will go on and come off fairly easily. So you look at the hubs and the way they're printed, they do have like a triple spoke and there is a gap around that center. So it's made to expand around your 8mm shafts here. And once again, you can use the table or you can use your hands and just squeeze it together slowly. And last set. That one's being a pill. Once again, rubber, soft mallet. Get it lined up. Soft taps. Once it gets initially seated, you should be able to flip it over or grab the top one. Get it started. Same type of way. And then you're just pressing them together. And once again, if you need to, very light taps. And there we go. Everything's moving, nothing's binding, nothing is rubbing. So these are our head mechanisms. We will be able to install these and then do the light pieces afterwards, so don't worry about that. They are a clip-on cover, for lack of a better term. So we have our box turtle. I did reprint the rear pieces for the box turtle here. I reprinted these because the hub that I printed was for the thinner skirts versus the thicker skirts. So those were reprinted. And I've got the hub sitting at the back, lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. Lane 1 is going to have your shortest set of wires. So this is the one that goes into lane 1. You're going to route the wires into the hole here. And how can I put this? This little jut out here gets into the aluminum extrusion. So you kind of have to get it started and rotate it back. So you'll get the front edge started. Let me rephrase that. It does not, because these have changed. Get the back and then kind of rotate it forward. There we go. So that's what we're looking for. So we'll get the next one lined up, get our wires in there. On. And once again, we've got the holes back here. So we're going to kind of basically line the back edge up and then rotate it down and forward, which will lock it in place. Okay. Third one, get our wires. Start with the back edge in there. Rotate it forward and down. There we go. And then finally our last one with the longest set of wires. And I get the rear side back and then rotate it forward into place. Now with all four of these in place in their grooves, well, we may need to, yeah, now we have them in there, pull them up, get that front edge through the groove and rotate them back around. So once again, front edge in the groove, rotate it back around. There we go. The end result is we should be able to flip these over. Make sure our lights aren't going to get caught when I do this. Set this down on those heads, and we're going to put 2 screws right in here. So you should see each of the M3 heat set inserts lining up through these 2 holes on each side. The center hole is a pass-through that will allow you to undo the screw and remove that orange center hooked piece, right? Now it's just a matter of grabbing your M3x8 screws and attaching these down. You want these snug. You don't want to really crank hard on these because you could move them out of alignment and cause a binding issue in them. So you want them snug. They don't need to be like cranked down for all, uh, muscle them in there. Is anybody doing anything fun this weekend? Okay. Now what we can do, we got a lot of wires that are now out and about and running through here. What I'm going to work on first is just using my um, or connecting up my lights here. So this one is obviously going to go to the main board. So that's the JST. So this side's going to be the female. So I'm going to grab the male side of the uh, next one in line. I'm going to plug that in. Make sure once again that the colors line up side to side. Now this is the female. I'm going to need the male end over here so that they line up and go in and lock. And once again, validate that the wires are lining up in the right order. And then last but not least, we'll do this other one here. Same thing. Get that one locked in. And then this connector is going to be free and open for the time being. These wires, the reason they're longer is they're going to be coming all the way over here and going into the board that's going to mount right over on this side. We can work on that piece next. And the one thing you'll want to do is just set this up and quickly make sure that each one of your levers is still doing its thing and retracting all the way, so that you don't have any binding from when you lock things in there. Okay, so that's done now. Like I said, we can mount our board over here. We've got our board and we got the mount. I want this so that our dimensions are kind of slightly off. Interesting. Just like everything else, we're going to use an M3 by 8 to screw these in. And let me double check. Does the mount go? I think the mount goes that way. I hope not, because if so, then I did put the heat sets on the wrong side. So I may have put heat sets on the wrong side. But the easy way to solve that is just mount it that way. I'm going to run this through and get the extra fouled plastic out of it. And I didn't think about that. I remember somebody saying that I think it's the switch that switches the power between the buck converter and the USB will foul on the printed part here. And honestly, I think we have to, it might be better to not mount this fully just yet. So my case in point is if I try and mount it like this, these are getting in the way. If I flip this over and mount it like that, it's not in the way, but then I put my heat sets at the wrong side because the top side of this is what's going into twisted nuts. So I think I have another one of these. If not, I will print another one real fast. But the gist of the reason I was wanting to get this in there is so I can start doing the wires. I should be able to figure that out. They're 2-pin wires here. I think I'm going to want to get this flashed firmware wise. I don't think this has the latest firmware on it. I'm not 100% sure if it comes that way pre-flashed, but we will flash these boards. You use USB, and your switch is switched towards the USB connector or pulling power from the USB. So you connect it up, you flash the board. Then you remove that, and you either provide power through the CAN bus and run serial for a serial connection, or you run everything through CAN bus and you have to put your 120 ohm resistor jumper in right next to the CAN bus connector. But once you get ready to plug this into CAN bus, this switch must be pushed over to that side. Otherwise, you're going to blow things on the board because you'll run 24 volt into things that are expecting to only have 5 volt, and you're bypassing the buck converter at that point, and you'll let out the magic smoke. And I'm thinking I'm going to want to flash this before I have it mounted and I start running all the wires to it. Otherwise, I mean, the USB's at the bottom. It's going to be down at the bottom. It'll just be painful to get to some of these things if we don't do it ahead of time. So, all that said, long-winded wise, I need to figure out looks like the positive side is on the outer side of the board. I'm going to flip it over and look at the silk screen, and that is correct. So the positive side is on the outer edge of the board. I'm just going to sit it here so that when I do the JST connectors for all of my N20 motors here, I get them done in the right direction. Now these are all going to be 2-pin connectors, so I just need to find a bunch of 2-pin connectors. And by a bunch, I mean 4. So there's 4. The other 2-pin is going to be the fan, which has a connector. Cut and read that one. Everything else on here or everything else in here will be a 3-pin connector, so that's good. So I'll put those aside for right now. Grab our JST pins out. And we're going to do a bunch of JST connectors. Now, one of the things I was hoping is that they would actually have a wire routing diagram, which may be in there. I've got to double check. Maybe in the repo. But what I'm looking at right now is, once again, the wiring diagram here. And what we're going to be working on is wiring up the N20 motors here. Okay. Lane 1 is at the bottom. Lane 4 is at the top. These are being done as, they're 2-wire motors. So we need the negative on the left side and the positive on the right side of the connectors. I'm just going to get a few of the pins ready here. Okay, and we'll go through and we'll just have to start stripping some wires. Get ready to put JSTs on. And we're going to do these motors and get them ready to be connected up. And then that's where I think we're going to call it for the day. I know Pez was going to stream for a little bit today. And Lee Marie is streaming tonight instead of right now. Normally they would have been going for about an hour already. But Lee Marie is streaming tonight. It is their or not anniversary stream, 2000 subscriber stream over on YouTube. Of course, Pez was going to come online sometime today and stream on Twitch. Steve Builds is doing his member only stream today. Yep, that is true. I saw something about Charlie's Angels, but I thought that was just the post from last month, but that makes sense. Um, can I ask what he is doing on the member only stream today? Is he doing a printer build or a different project? I think on the members only, he doesn't do the printer build. I think he does either a printer rebuild or there you go, 3D sets build. Yeah, that makes sense because I know he does a lot of those as well. And the 3D sets are cars or RC. Well, I was going to say RC. They are vehicles, and those vehicles can be done as like static or hand rolled models, hand powered models, or they can be done as full RC cars. And they're really cool. I found out about 3D sets when I got the Prusa Mark IV because they have a particular model on there. It's the Dune Buggy that is pre-sliced and preloaded on the printer. So it lets you actually do something a little more tangible than just, hey, print a benchy or, a Cali Cat or something like that. Okay, and then once again, we're going to look at the board and make sure that we've got our connector lined up in the right way. The um, ground is on the left side. Power is on the right. And I'm doing this, and what I really should do is label these darn things. And I've got a heat shrink label maker, but yeah, future me problem. Future me problem. Of course, an LDO kit's going to come with all the pretty labels and everything on it. So you won't have that issue. I have the means to do that. I just don't have the desire to do that, is where we're at right now. I need to see if I've got to jump on work stuff. And if not, I'm going to go and watch some other streams today. Sit down and maybe watch some streams, watch some football, and ice the foot that I haven't iced pretty much all week because it's mad at me. And once again, round on the left, right. Second motor, third motor. Hey, Jedi Spidey, long time no see. How are you doing, my friend? Jedi Spidey is another semi-local 3D printing person next or near me. Um, so Spidey, we are building a black box, or excuse me, not a black box. We're building a box turtle that is color themed to match Kyber Dragon, which was a LDO Voron 2.4 300 size kit. The LDO Rev C kit for the 2.4. And this one is going to go on display over at Evocate 3D in Raleigh. So we're going to build it and get a box turtle set up on it, make sure it's all working good, and then take it over to them for display. And so we're building this one with the ASC light board, which is the custom built, purpose built board for the box turtle, which will be my first time using this board. So that's good. I understand also that not too long ago they did a new push. Well, actually, not too long ago, when they went into the open beta, they did a push of the files and a push of the latest greatest software. So this will also be me working with the latest version of the software. Okay. Sorry, folks. I'm doing a typical Digital Dragon face down, trying to work on wiring so I don't screw it up again, and not reading chat. Um, you want to build the Max van at some point? Nostalgia for a certain 80s TV show? Yep. 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 I have somebody down the street from me that does like canine training, and it's more like individual protection training, not like police force type training, but um, canine training for individual protection, family protection stuff. And one of the things that they have set up in their um, training area is one of those vans painted in that scheme. Okay, remember we have other wires here. They're two wire, they're black, and these are for the hub end stop. And I'm going to go ahead and get that one terminated while we're here. So we'll need two JST pins and a 3-pin connector, even though we're only using two of the wires, because everything down the middle here is a 3-pin connector. one will go into ground, and the other will go into the pen. So it looks like it's the center and left side is the one they're telling us to connect to. Let's see which pin is which by looking at the back. Ground is in the middle. The right side of the connector is 3.3 volts. The left side of the connector is the signal pin. I'm just trying to figure out like where did they expect us to pin this, because that's kind of a short run. So that one goes into that connector there. And it was showing it as being somewhere down there. And I think it's going to be a little bit more towards the front, which then means all of these are good. So I'm wondering if if this actually needed to be longer. And I'm pretty sure that where's our spreadsheet? Lights. Just for giggles, everybody's looking at this, right? And every single one of these is 130, 130, right? So I'm going to say there's a typo, Thunder Keys, because one of these needs a longer tail for the for connecting into the board. Just going to throw that out there. Because these will let us go kind of a decent ways away, right? But this is going to force this board to be way up towards the front versus towards the back. Well, what I'm saying is it says each one of these is 130 millimeter tail. So that's what I did, was 130 millimeter. So the one side goes to the board, the other side goes to the one next to it. That 130 is great for each of the sides. But it's 130 plus 80. Where does it say 130 plus 80? I don't see 130 plus 80 anywhere. See where I'm getting at? I don't see anywhere where it talks about an 80 millimeter. Okay, we need to clarify that more, because when you say jumper, for whatever reason, the only jumper I'm thinking of is like you need to make that a like yeah, that needs clarification. I'll just put it that way. And I'm not sure, other than just making each one of those jumpers or each one of those pigtails the same and easily swappable, right? It just still doesn't make a whole lot of sense to add yet another jumper there. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of would be to make it swappable. So what I can do is take the JST pins out. I will pin this out for, or I will repin this as a micro fit, and then I'll do a micro fit to JST pigtail to go into the board. So that, okay, I'll do that off stream because my yeah, I'm just I'll build that jumper off stream. That makes sense now. When I see jumper, I'm thinking the only jumper on that board is the 120 jumper. We need a that needs to be listed as like maybe um uh respool or pigtail or something like that, or RGB extension. Yeah, it just needs to be further clarified. And I've been using JSTs, or I'm sorry, not JSTs. I've been using microfit 3s for mine just because most people, if they have JSTs, they are they're the female pen, male connectors to go into a board. Most people don't have those others. Now, granted, it's probably going to be that's the way it's going to come in the kit, and I get that, but yeah, I just don't have those on hand, and all of these are self-built. So use what you got. Now, what I do need to remember is which one of these cables is which, because one of them is going to be the ground, and one of them is going to be the one, or excuse me, one of these is the common, which is the one that aligns with the plunger on the end stop. The other wire is coming from the normally closed. Normally open would be coming from the middle. Normally closed is on one side, and the opposite side is the common, which we normally put to ground, because we're shorting to ground. Now, how you know the difference? Well, it's knowing the part and where the thingamabobber is. And quite honestly, if you get it wrong, all you have to do is add an exclamation point in the config in front of it, and it flips the action of it. So it's not like it's like super duper califragilistic, important that it gets done in that order. It just means you may have to change something else in your config. So this one, I believe, is the common, which would be the ground. So that's going to go in the middle. Yeah. And then the other one is going to go on the left side of the connector, which is the pins, the actual pin designator. Because once again, we do this. So I still haven't seen, even on Isix Tech, I haven't seen a full pin diagram. Maybe it's in the AFC folder now. I don't know. But normally you'll get something like this that has actual like pin, whether it's a signal, what like GPIO 7, ground, 5-volt, right? Something like that. So what I'm having to do is flip this to verify, okay, the pin's on this side, ground's in the middle. So this side is the pin, ground's in the middle. So that's how I've been doing it, is looking at the silk screen on the back. Okay. There is one on Isix Text now. Good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is you should always have a silk screen on the board, and this should be definitive for the board. So it's always a good way to look at it and translate through it. Yeah. And normally what I'll do is I'll be like, okay, this one has the motors and this side has the CAN bus or the MOSFET. So I start looking at the pinouts and I can say, okay, the grounds all seem to line up, or like the grounds for the RGBs are towards the MOSFET. So ground, signal, power. The other ones, ground is in the middle and the signal pin is towards the MOSFET. So that way I can, pick something on one edge or the other. And then that way you can always, if you're having to flip from the back to the front, you can always tell. So, oh, yeah. Yeah. So, Mr. Wizix, where are you connecting in your turtleneck? Or let me rephrase that. The turtleneck, how does the turtleneck, if I can find what I did with mine, does the turtleneck connect via serial or, okay, that's what I thought. It's got, um, yeah. So that's the thing is based on where you put it, you can run that to this board because you have spare pins, or you can run it to your actual printer depending on how you set things up and where things are at. Yeah, the next two above the end stops, and by the end stops you mean the load. So prep. So on this board, and we'll get into this a little bit more as we start doing this. The hub is the wire that we just did back here. That's the 4-into-1. So that's the hub. The next four are the preps, and these are the four that are in the respoolers that we just did. The four loads, those are for the ones that are in the extruders that we haven't built yet. And yes, I was kind of dragging my feet because I'm waiting for more end stops to come in so I could do these. Um, Otherwise, I would have to snag at least four from the uh, DFH ERCFA V2 kit that I'm going to be shipping to God, Petty Ruxpin? Yeah, Petty Ruxpin. Um, which I'm trying not to do. Um, Dumb turtleneck is just end stops. PCB is, yes, there you go. So yeah, if you're doing the standard turtleneck, which is the dumber one with just two end stops, you can run that back to this board and you're fine. If you've got the 2.0, which uses Hall effect sensors and has a lot more stuff on it, that one goes back to your computer via USB, and that's where it may be wise. Like when I do the wiring for this, the CAN bus, I am going to do the same thing I've done before, which is a skirt pass through, just to make it easier to take this on and off for transport and stuff like that. So in that case, in the skirt, you would want to have the 4-pin connector for your CAN bus pass through, as well as the USB connector as required, which I believe, well, it'd be whatever you want, whether it's an A or a C. It's going to be an A going into your Raspberry Pi. Oh, I'm not going to canalize the kit. Like I said, it would be one of those things that if I needed to, I would have used it today because I've got 20 end stops that should be coming in today from Amazon. And that kit can't go anywhere until Monday anyhow because I can't ship it out today. The post office is. or isn't open by the time I'm done streaming. But yeah, Petty, I'm going to go through. There's going to be a couple of optional things that might be added to said kit. So it comes with the standard servo. I bought two of the Savics, so I'm tossing one of the Savic servos in there for you, which is the higher torque one that everybody is upgrading to. So it's kind of like minimum and then recommended, and all of these kits are coming out with the minimum, like, was it MG90 or whatever, and you're going to want to go to the Savics. I think everybody that started with an MG90 has gone to the Savics anyhow because it's just so frustrating. Because that's the biggest issue. So that's the nice thing here. Nothing uses a servo. The biggest issue we have are powering and anything like this is powering the servo and consistency of the servo. If you're not using a servo, you don't have the problem, right? Because that's one of the things that I kept seeing with the ERCFA, like the 12 lane that I did, was repeatability of the servo at every lane position. And so that's why I bought the Savoxes, is to swap it out and go the Savics, because it's just it wasn't as robust enough and repeatable. And of course, it was probably a knockoff, you know. Yeah, we'll just say it was a knockoff servo, right? So I am going to reprint this so that we can mount this appropriately, because I put the heat sets in the wrong side, so that one's now garbage. And Thunder Keys, do you know, are these pre-flash, or do we need to flash these? Inquiring minds want to know if these are pre-flash or if we need to flash these. Yours was pre-flash, Mr. Wizard. Okay. Well, so by pre-flash, are you saying both just boot and go, did need a minor point upgrade? Okay. Okay, so it's we'll say standard esoterical then, meaning preset up for 1 mil CAN bus speed and CAN bus. So really what I need to do is just plug this in CAN bus and then pull the UUID. Okay. So the only reason you'd have to reflash this is if you didn't set up for a 1 million CAN bus. So that's good to know. That's good to know. So I'll reprint that. That should be a very quick print. For those of you that are interested, you know, I've talked about the LH Stinger. Let me grab a couple of things here. So I've printed the let me move this down. Put this up here. Okay. So we were talking about the auxiliary fans, right? These are the secondary fans, not the standard 1550 fans, right? But the extra auxiliary fans because the 5015, this is the tool head mount that's going to go on that. And this, by the way, is the Cookie CAD. Oh, crap. Let me grab it so I can make sure and use the right names. So this is the Cookie CAD Dark Magic ABS. Okay? Cookie CAD Dark Magic ABS. So standard is two 5015s, right? Then it has two auxiliary fans, and these are, what were they, 9733s? But there's that Cookie CAD ABS. It's got a very nice shine to it that I probably cannot get to come across on camera. Let me see about going to the bench side and see if I get better. Maybe. So yeah, this is the Cookie CAD ABS. And yes, it looks a little rough right there because it is doing a build up, layer. It prints like this, so it is kind of going uphill there. But this is that Cookie CAD ABS. And once again, that's the Dark Magic. So that's the main color. These are the fan blower ducts for those. And then the secondary color is Ambrosia. And this is the Ambrosia ASA Galactic Midnight Meteorite that Zombie Hedgehog loves so much. So this is the color scheme for the LH Stinger. Main color, accent pop color. Yeah, these. I was a little worried looking at the Ambrosia because I was like, I don't know if that's printing well, and then I just realized it's the shimmer in it. But this is all of the main parts for the printer, and now I'm doing the auxiliary fan. I got the aux fan, the E-box, which is the breakout box that goes between the printer frame and then the external electronics enclosure. So yeah, I've been printing these out. I stopped printing these parts out last night or yesterday to print all the stuff I needed for the box turtle, and I still forgot a part. I still need to print the one leg. Though, quite honestly, if I put it in the right spot, I could use it on the back side for cable management. So what happened on this one is these are actually the print and place supports for one of the sides of the respooler heads. And it's print in place because it ain't coming out. It's fully embedded in that end. But I will have to take this off because I won't be able to put the corner bracket on. So I need to print another one of these corner pieces to replace this one. And I'll do that between now and Tuesday. I'll do that. I'll build the pigtail just so that's done and out of the way. And We'll see if I get a hair up my butt and decide to print labels and put labels on everything. I probably won't. Ooh, and what I need to see if I can do is, so either I need to cut a bottom panel, or maybe I'll see if I can talk Chris into cutting me a bottom panel for the box turtle. Because none of my box turtles have bottom panels on them. Makes maintenance easier that way. But folks, that's kind of it for the day. When we come back on the next stream, we will be focusing on building our extruders and getting those built out. So we're ready to add those. And then it's just final assembly and plugging things in and getting everything running. So we'll have 4 end stops to do. We'll have to cut the motor wires to size and recrimp those. And then, yeah, build the extruders and start putting stuff together. And then we have to build the tool head as well. But I'm going to see who is out there that we can raid. Let me see if anybody's out there that we can raid into. AZ Pinoy doing a Lego. Painterly Gets doing some painting. Pick Station's playing a game. Gorecki Designs is showing off prints. MakerDet's just got prints. Not sure what Buana's doing. Boxing, Chris Perillo, that Free Heathen guy is up and running. Oh, not a problem, Mr. Wizix. Yeah, that's the one thing I love doing is build tips. And if I find a better way of doing it, or if I see a better way that I'm going to start doing, I'm going to pass that along to you guys. Because anything we can do to make building better and more reliable, I think is always a good thing. Like I said, I'm going to check the work computer. I'm going to hopefully not get wrapped into a work thing, and I can just go and relax and move forward with life. That would be nice. But yeah. So take it easy, everybody. I think I will set up a raid over to Heathen. I'm not seeing too many other people on doing 3D printy type of things. And then also remember, at some point in time, Liz did say that she was going to stream sometime today. I don't know if she's already streamed or not. And then you got Steve Builds over on YouTube. And later this evening, you'll have Lee Marie 3D doing their 2,000 follower stream. And there's going to be plenty of giveaways. So it's not the ankle, it's the left big toe. The left big toe that I need to ice up. So, but thanks everybody for being here. I'll get the raid started. And like I said, I'm going to continue getting parts printed for the LH Stinger. And I'm not going to bring that up until I get some of the other stuff cleared out here, meaning this build gets done and moved out. Then I'll bring the Stinger box up and all that stuff. So safety first, right? So have a great one, everybody. Let's go over and say hi to Free Heathen. Get all your emotes ready to go. And I will see you all on Tuesday. Bye now.